Well, we have officially gone live on Twitch here.
Woohoo!
Hoo-hoo! Yeah, we're gonna have some real fun tonight. Oh, so having said all that, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, this is not a live stream, this is a VOD. This was recorded previously live on Twitch. I hope to have this video up soon. What I said is just redundant. So we're gonna play some Railroads Online here for you guys, and yeah, we're gonna run this empty state car flat train back down to the yard, and we're going to work between Sawmill and Log Camp tonight. But without further ado, but first and foremost, and without further ado, I got Mr. Dan here.
Yo.
Hey. I'm Tony.
Hey.
We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out.
We're hanging out the right way.
That's right. Hanging out the right way.
Not the left way, the right way.
That's right. The left way, the right way, and the middle way. Oh. Take from that way.
We had to go that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway. So, continuing on from yesterday's stream, I believe it was, over on YouTube. So we just serviced the coal mine up here with a bunch of beams and rails, and we're just simply taking this train down. We're going to stop down at South Hillside Helper Station, drop off this Class 70 there, and then we'll proceed the rest of the way to the yard and drop off the rest of this train, where it will sit until it's summoned once again to go somewhere, to some industry that desperately needs wood. Never mind. I was actually talking to the people on the YouTube stream yesterday when I was actually coming up from the coal mine. Basically, you know, it's like driving a train in cruise control. You know, you just put the throttle all the way up and you just leave it be. Because it's either flat or going uphill 3.5%. But coming down from the coal mine, it's a little bit more control intensive, you know, because you actually have to check your brakes and stuff. So you do have to adjust your brakes accordingly, keep your speed in control. Make sure you're using your Tinder brakes, you know, because reasons. But however, I'm using Railroads Online here, so I'm commanding 3 locomotives. I just have 3 locomotive brakes. I just use that. And maybe a tender brake. I know in the real world, you know, if you do it properly, you're supposed to set your brake retainers on your cars individually, as well as your locomotive and tender brakes. But since we're running down empties, you know, we're not having that much weight other than just the empty cars. So yeah, it's not much of a problem. And so, for those of you who are listening to this live stream, both here on Twitch and the video on YouTube, you're actually listening to the music of a man named Mark Huber, also known as Heis. Dan, I have one question for you. Do you also have Heis's music on your computer?
No. I'll have to download it again.
I love it because it's real railroader music.
I hope he brings out his newer stuff pretty soon.
Andrew said, well, somebody, I mean, well, I'll say just our friend Andrew said that he's working on recording some newer material, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I don't think that's under NDA specifically, you know, mainly because of the fact that you know, Heist has already talked about it publicly, so yeah, there you go.
Yep.
So we're not saying anything that's honestly too secret. Did you want me to share the stream to Discord, Dan, so you can watch, or what you want to do?
I'm trying to get my stuff going again. Oh. Oh. Gosh dang, why did that have to come up again? And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, there's a Boise, Nampa, and Owyhee rider's card. That somebody put back up onto Evil Bay. What is it called? What is it called? Plus, there's a couple of Nampa Service Unit Union Pacific plates, too. Railroad Pass. That's what it is. It is 1897, the exact same year that that railroad was created.
So I'm just... Sorry, I'm just sitting here typing out a long message.
No worries.
To be heard.
I'll kill you later.
I think I can turn off those brakes now. This sure is a nice bridge that I laid out right here.
Oh.
I think I need to cut down some trees down along the coal line so I can have better, clear view. Oh my Class 70 tender is doing the jiggly wiggly.
I also need to put a bumper here. I don't know why I didn't put a bumper here the time before.
I guess I'm in the sound the whistle kind of mood tonight. Dun 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 dun. Dude, that is so stupid the way tracks and stuff interact. Like the hitboxes in this game are really bad. Like I just watched my Class 70 tender get yeeted off of the track. Because the way the hitboxes interact is really messed up in this game for some reason. Really wish I knew why. And it had to derail like literally in one of the worst spots possible. Okay, so I have to do this. Yes, Qmate, fix your hitboxes. Come on, you know. Interaction between tender and locomotive shouldn't be that intimate. So what happened was is that the the Cook 280 basically I think somehow interacted with the hitbox of the tender in front. Which is the tender to the Class 70. Right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Going down slow speed, whatever reason, it shoved the tender of the Class 70 right off the track like nothing. So I just had to back the rest of the train up the hill so I can get the tender back on without having to go like a mile down the track. You know, I think I'm just going to take this Class 70 down the rest of the way. So I'm basically driving two trains at once.
I was doing that yesterday.
Courtesy of Railroads Online. Go ahead.
And then when I went to the back of one train, I noticed there was no caboose.
Oh, wow.
I went down to the lumber mill, and there was your caboose and 3 fully loaded log cars, self-delivered.
Wow. So I'm controlling the braking of the actual train behind me here. Brake at 30%, and then I'm just simply driving Starlight back here to the helper station individually. Because that's one thing I have noticed is that tendered locomotives such as the Class 70 and the 280, they have really weird contact points and hitboxes. And so if you actually connect multiple tendered locomotives up together, that tends to be a conflict. I think that's one of the reasons why I prefer using Heislers instead of regular tendered units in that case, because it's just not much of a thing.
Be right back.
Yep. So the other train is following behind me. They just came through Central Valley siding there, doing 13.5 miles an hour. So it's fine. We got plenty of distance. I'm just going through South Hillside siding now.
Still at 84%. Put on the whistle for the other train there. Just coming through South Hillside siding. There's the other train right there. What the? You can see the other train pass out in front right there.
Applying some brake to the other train. Okay, gotta get back to the other train here. Had to apply some more brake. Yep. What a day to be on the railroad, you know. Dan's like, right.
Yeah, right.
Oh, thank you very much. Jimbo, thank you very much. Jim Bob Vick, I think. Is that how you pronounce your name? I just had to take a helper back to the helper station and put it up with this train on the roll, so yeah, it was kind of cool. I think I'm going to take this to the big yard and put it there. Then I'll go do some work at the sawmill. You can die in peace. Someone got it right the first time. Yeah, usually I don't like consisting like multiple tendered locomotives together because the hip boxes for the cattle grates and the tenders on like the 280 and the Cook 280 and the Class 70 are really weird. Matter of fact, I actually just yeeted my Class 70 tender off of the bridge, you know, because this guy was conflicting with it for some reason. Class 70 was up front, so I just decided to leave it detached and just take the Class 70 back down to the helper station. But I took, 30 carloads yesterday on my YouTube live stream up to the coal mine. So I hope your day's going well, man. Good to see you in chat. Yep, just been trying to find a game to play. You have many to choose. Lots of choices out there, my man. Lots of choices out there.
No. Did I want? Drop in. Drop.
Think I can put some brake on here and slow her down. Yard limits and stuff. Yard limits.
We don't need no stinking yard limits.
Oh, I know I don't. But, you know, I try to keep mine to proto-realistic railroad operations in that sense. There's a game that's coming that my brother just bought for his Xbox recently, and it's available for PC too, Dan.
Yeah.
Called Farmville or Farm Simulator 2022. I might actually get that.
Oh, did you hear they're coming out with Fallout London?
Really?
Really?
That's brand new.
I seen it on the Steam download station, or whatever you want to call it, on the Steam store.
It's on the Steam store if it's on Steam.
Yeah.
I don't keep my cars doing 25 because they're all restricted to 22 for some reason still, or speed capped to 22. So I just tend to restrict the amount of steam I have going into the cylinders for the Cook 280. Yeah, I don't know why Kime hasn't lifted these speed restrictions for most of the cars, but it is what it is. The funny thing is that the tender for the Cook 280 is also speed capped at 22 for whatever reason. And plus the Heisler, you know, in behind it kind of keeps it from running away too much as well. You saw me at 100%, but I wasn't going at full speed though. I was probably doing maybe 18 max because I have Railroads Online Extended that tells me how fast I was going. So, like I said, Heisler tends to pull it, keep it back some. You use Extended with dual controls. I don't really use the dual controls thing. The Heisler itself is still capped at 15 miles an hour. Two Hest? What's a Hest? You mean Heislers? Yeah, Heislers are like strictly just capped at 15.5 miles an hour. Kind of how fast the real thing goes in real life, but normally you wouldn't actually see this kind of setup in real life either. They wouldn't run a rotted engine in with a geared locomotive like this. Because geared locomotives are just too slow for them, for the rotted engines. Stop right here, drop the cars off.
That's why you always put the Heisler behind the tender.
Yeah, I always have the Heisler behind the tender. I mean, if I have a tender unit... Go ahead.
I tried to convince Heist to do it that way. He won't.
Yeah. Ice is
Like,
well,
you
they didn't
down,
do that
okay?
in the real world. You know,
Huh?
Ice would be like, yeah, but they didn't do that in the real world kind of thing. And, you know, and I get that. Boom, dun, 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 boom, dun, 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 dun,
But you're
dun.
still controlling it by the front locomotive. And as your rotted engine starts losing adhesion, your geared locomotive picks up the slack.
Right. Because, like, honestly, your geared locomotives are really your traction boys, you know.
Yep.
Sure where I'm going to stick this, actually.
And for some reason, this one train is slowing down.
Was going to put it here, but no, I've already got the track occupied. Hold on a sec.
There we go. Got it.
I suppose I could put it here for the time being, so. I'd just do that.
No, Doc, I don't have a problem with motion sickness. I just got a sickness of being in motion. No, I'm sick of being in motion.
Actually, I'll take these over to the other side. Because I have stuff I need to pick up and use there anyway, so just take these over to the other yard. Kind of cool having 2 yards here at the freight depot.
I've got 2 yards too. Plus a hump yard. Oh.
I'll take these over and just put them in the siding for now. Then I'll decide what to do with them later. Not gonna take him to the roundhouse. That's just kind of a pain in the butt right now. Cool thing about Railroads Online Extended is that it operates the switches as well remotely.
Oops. Went too far.
What's the bits of track laying around? This stuff right here? Oh, it's just there for looks, you know, basically to be used like extra equipment, kind of like how you'd see in the real world. You know, real railroads, you know, have like, you know, switches and track sections laying around for use when they're ready to get, when they're ready to swap out tracks and stuff. It's a thing. Okay, that switch is good. Man, I have all these state cars laying around. Right, let's go ahead and run these log cars up. So yeah, that's pretty much what that is, just extra track pieces. Just to simulate what it looks like when you have extra track pieces laying around for maintenance away stuff. I think I'll just come out via main too. We're gonna do some work around Sawmill Log Camp. Waiting for that water to get up to temp. We'll be taking the Esmeralda out for a ride. Another really strong performer of a locomotive in this game is Cook 260. That's actually that's actually the locomotive that got a model rework in the upcoming patch. The Cook 260. And there's another 280 consolidation that they're going to put in the game. I don't know what it is yet. Some people have been trying to identify it. But it is a consolidation of some kind. Another consolidation that we need.
Sorry, I had to let the dog out.
Oh, you didn't catch what I said?
Uh-uh.
Okay, so you know the spoiler imagery of that locomotive that somebody released, right?
Uh-uh.
That's another 280 consolidation that they're putting in. People have tried to figure out what it is, but it seems like that nobody's been able to place a finger on it yet.
Now, which one is this?
This is that new locomotive they're bringing out, that green thing.
Oh, the green thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably a It's probably either a RGS or I remember who else would have had a green boiler.
Would Rio Grande Southern have a green boiler?
They had one.
They had one.
They also had a couple of steam locomotive bumblebees.
Oh, thank you, Blue Devil, Red Devil, for the follow. Greatly appreciated, as always. Yeah, so people are trying to figure out what that green thing is, and so that'll make it 4 consolidations in this game. So you've got the Class 70, you have the Cook 280, you have the Mosca, currently as it is, and then whatever that thing is.
Whatever that thing is.
Yeah, I mean, people could see the wheel arrangement and stuff. So I'm on the road to 100 followers on Twitch, and I forgot to put that in my stream title. I'm up to 99 now. Oh, and thank you, Jimbo, Vic, for the follow as well. Greatly appreciated. 100 followers. Thank you very much, sir. I might have to do if I reach 200 followers or something, I might have to do like a special stream or something to celebrate the people that like my content. It's kind of cool. Something to think about. Yeah, I know, Glenbrook, you're wanting to run away, but I gotta turn your reverser down some. So the reverser, if you do actually adjust it up or down, it actually does regulate the amount of steam going into your steam pistons from the steam chest. Oh, hey, Matt Kemper just posted a thing.
Awesome. Matt, get your tailbone in here.
Yeah, get in here. Come in here. Come into this voice chat. Your presence is required. And he posted it in the railroad chat too.
There's only one green locomotive with a green tender that I've found so far. That is narrow gauge. and it's a Cook. The 260.
That may be what it is.
That's exactly what it is. It's a Tweetsie. It might be a Tweetsie, but the Tweetsie is not a 260. It's a 460.
And that's not what they're bringing into the game.
What's that? Tony?
Just a sec.
Oh.
I said, no, that's not what that is there.
Well, that's the only thing that I've found. Is it could be from the Tweetsie Railroad. Because it's all green.
Mm-hmm.
The boiler and the cab and the tender.
Yeah. So, Jimbo, as far as I know, the reverser controls, it not only controls the stroke, but it also controls the amount of steam going into the steam cylinders from the steam chest. As far as I know, I'm not really a steam locomotive expert, so I'll leave that up to other people, unfortunately. I pretend to know.
The Tweetsie Railroad has 2 green steam locomotives.
Hmm.
They do have a 260.
So it's whatever that green thing is. It's either 260 or consolidation.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out.
But the Johnson bar should control the stroke of the cylinder there. So yeah, technically you're right. I'll pull this up a little bit further. Railroads Online is doing its thing. Or not Railroads Online, but Railroads Online Extended is doing its thing.
All railroad games.
Yeah. Sometimes when I, up the brake and stuff. Oh, that's a kind of a funny question right there.
What?
So you think that's why they call your Schlong a Johnson?
Ah.
Yeah, I see where he's going with that one, but no, as far as I know, no, definitely not.
Nope.
Actually, I don't know the reasons behind that.
What's interesting?
Very interesting question, but I don't think that's what they call the Schlong Johnson. What?
I was talking about your whistle.
No, he asked, do you think that's why they call your Schlong a Johnson?
No, I was talking about your whistle. When you tooted it twice.
Okay, what about it?
The first one was high pitch, the other one was low pitch.
Oh, that I don't know, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Jimbo, what the the actual historical relation would be there. People probably took it at some point in, between then and now, and basically just made it like a sexual thing. I do like the fact that they have these auto cranes here. To a certain degree, they really are most beneficial on the toolboxes. Not so much on these cranes. Oop. Gotta stop.
Never.
Got ahead of myself here. So the lower and high-pitched whistle there, I think that was just game lag.
So this little heads up is for all the rail fans out there for a steam locomotive. The Niles Canyon steam locomotive is starting to get refurbished. They're doing a lot of work to that locomotive. So there's going to be more steam coming out in the near future. Or should I say not too distant future. And the people that have the UP 3985, they're going the big bar to the firewall on that thing.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they've already got the cab taken off. They've got the boiler sheeting already off.
I wonder if they're going to strip that all the way down.
They're going to strip it all the way down.
Take all the layers of paint and stuff off of it and completely overhaul it.
They're going to do what Ed would have loved to have done.
Yeah, Ed Dickens wanted to restore the 3985, but UP just said no and wanted him to get rid of it.
It wasn't in the card. Was not in the card. Yeah.
The higher ups without getting too much into detail for what we know, but the higher ups in Omaha basically, just told him, well, we already spent $1 million on this program anyway, and it's just there for foamer eye candy, and I guess that's what Ed got told. UP management is really turned upside down in recent years. Basically, they went from this program, the STEAM program is a program of, it's basically a program of railroad ambassador to just kind of being a money drain. And it's a lot of these young guns that are in UP management that are kind of saying stuff like that. It's unfortunate. Nobody appreciates anything. Nobody. So yeah, Ed did try to keep the 3985 in the roster, but UP management's like, nope, want nothing to do with it.
Speaking of UP, did you hear latest news.
Do
They're
tell.
actually going to give sick leave to maintenance of way and the Carmen, the Oilers.
You know, I just read a similar article today about that with the BNSF. And they entered into an agreement about a similar deal, you know, giving sick leave to people in maintenance away and people who are oil workers and stuff. It's a very interesting thing that happened, but yeah, it's what happened.
Yep. The strike gave them a pause, saying, "Hey, we got to do business a little bit differently."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of difficulties in the employment of railroad world right now. A lot of it has to do with PSR and some of the rather BS policies that companies like the Union Pacific and the BNSF, pretty much all of the main Class 1 railroads are adopting right now that are depriving their workers of much needed time off, R&R and stuff like that, rest and relaxation. I think we're overdue for getting Mr. Jason Montgomery back on the Train Talks podcast.
Both Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Lindsay.
Yep. Let's get Jason on first. You know, because it's been
Okay, he can have first
2
base.
years.
We'll get Lindsay on second. So who's playing third?
I don't know.
Yes.
Who's gonna hit the home run?
No, who's on third?
Well, we'll see if one of us can dig up somebody. But I think for the next show, I'd like to kind of stay off the hot topics for a minute and actually ask some fun train questions I want answered. It's just food for thought, you know?
Oh no. Yeah, you better be going that way.
Because I'm thinking the last time we had Jason on, I'd have to look, but I think it was October of 2020.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, dude. And we did have him on another live stream that we did, just us, where we just talked about life stuff in universe and everything in it. But we have yet to get him on a proper show.
Yeah,
Or,
yeah.
You know, for the first time in a long time. Because I guess Jason was actually down in your neck of the woods this week. Taking
Twice.
a train. Yeah, twice.
Little bastard.
So they got him on the east run for the time being running between La Grande and Nampa. La Grande, Oregon, and Nampa, Idaho. Well, he's got some fun times. But I need to ask him some dynamic braking questions.
Oh, must be deep.
Well, of course the game crashed. What else is new?
Oh!
Yeah, they're supposed to be fixing that. You know, the random to desktop crashes. But I don't know if they ever will. I think the game tried to save. Let's see if it did. That's another feature that I like about Railroads Online Extended is it auto-saves for you too.
Houston, we've got a problem.
Houston, we got a Railroads Online Extended crashing problem. Needs solved immediately. Well, okay, that started us back up at log camp, but... But hey, that's only like 4 cars to load, so that's not that bad. So I'll bring us back. Change scene. So I hope you guys are enjoying this stream so far. Hope everyone's just vibing.
Could have had to reload that whole entire train again.
Nope. Just the last 4 cars. Just the last 4 cars.
I said it could have been worse. You could have had to load the whole entire train again.
Oh, I misunderstood you. My bad.
No. I think the transmission got a little bit off. Not your fault.
Well, it could have been even worse. I could have actually loaded up from the main save file there and actually brought this train back up all the way from the yard. Actually, no. Could be worse than that. I think I saved when I dropped that Class 70 off at the helper station and still had yet to take the other train to the big yard.
Ooh. Mm. No. I know something way worse than that. Going back to when I had that 60 car pile up at the bottom of the hill and having to rebuild every single one of those. If I had an autosave and then crashed after I put all the cars back on, that would have been the end of it.
Okay, yeah, I will admit that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I think I remember that too, because I helped you re-rail like a lot of that stuff. I do remember that one time I was actually on your layout and I laid down so much track that it almost booted you out of the game, let alone yeeted me out of it.
Yeah.
So I got that idea. It's like, well, if you're lagging me out that much, you know, it's like, hold my beer, dude. Lagged you out so hard, you know, you jumped up out of your chair. And you were able to save the game, you know, after that. And you're like, yep, should be a good idea to save it. Fun times, Dan. Fun times. So that's the other thing I do want to address. As far as the multiplayer function goes in this game, it's not very good, and I hope that they are able to better optimize both the single in-game player as well as the multiplayer, because this nonsense of train popcorning and rubber banding is insane. I mean, clearly this game was not actually designed with people like myself that have probably over 400 pieces of rolling stock on their railroads and like 60 plus locomotives. I think you have even more. And then there was that Argon guy that we hung out with too, and he had more. He had an even bigger railroad.
Oh gosh.
Got to the point where nobody could play his railroad, not even him, and he was the host. Yeah, that was fun. Oh. I was standing there waiting for the crane to load up the final log, and it did that, and it just was invisible to me.
Huh.
You're running cordwood? There, Jimbo? Cordwood's always a fun train to run, especially the smelter run. I don't know why the sander was on, but okay. Speaking of cordwood, I need to actually drop some into my smelter. Yeah, 4 locos, 3 are always with you, but the other does just logs. Yeah, 40 carts total. You know, I haven't actually taken a hard count of my rolling stock, but I estimate there being like 400. I did actually take a hard count of my locomotives, though. I have 65. Har, har, har. Also, the game does tend to crash too once you get, once you exit F mode. I don't know if you've noticed that. Either, the people in the chat here on Twitch or here in Discord. Have you guys noticed that sometimes when you exit F mode from the cab, the game will crash?
That's kind of interesting. I've never had my game crash at all. Not once.
Extended won't always tell me how much rolling stock I actually have, but Minis Org will if it actually had been maintained and kept running. Roads Online Extended does give me a full list of all of my rolling stock, though. Doesn't really give me totals. But I did do the smart thing and actually number my locomotives, so kind of most of them are numerical.
Mine's all over the place.
Yeah. Mine, I don't know, I just saved time, just went screw it, went on a buying spree. And didn't even bother numbering most of the cars. I just like purchase. Yeah, I know, that was kind of bad, but I needed them. Needed to get my railroad back up and running. But as far as like the number, I'll actually do like a hard count one of these days and get exactly how much rolling stock I actually have. But I can guarantee it's like 200 to 300 pieces, maybe 400. It was a lot of stuff.
I know I had exactly 400. Not 400, 300.
Yeah. See, Jimbo stated it correctly right there in the chat. He says it takes too long to number them. Yeah, the current system, he's absolutely right, it does. Takes way too long to number them. Think I might want to cross over right here. Might help. Just got to talking and yammering and jabbering, and my brain farted here and completely forgot to hit this switch, so. Have I seen the new web-based editor? I have not.
It's Rhodes Studios.
Railroad Studios. Okay, I have heard of it. I keep forgetting
Rhodes
about it.
Online Studios or something like that. I know it begins with an R and ends with Studios.
Yeah, Jem, if you drop that link in the chat, I'll authorize it. You can go ahead and share it out. Because the link to that would be most appreciated. Yeah, I've heard of that thing and I keep forgetting about it.
What's the matter? You need outside again? Buck? You need outside again? Or do you want down here? I'm down here. I'm gonna scold you for being down here, dude. Jeez.
Which animal are you talking to?
Well, it's a German Shepherd mix. Puppy.
Yeah, just go ahead and like drop the link in the chat there, and I'll authorize that, Jimbo. No, it didn't. That's weird. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it for some reason. I don't know why. What's my mod here? Hold on. I'll have to, once I get the train stopped here, I'll have to take a look at what my mod settings are, because for some reason it's not letting you post anything. Okay. Okay, so it's Railroad Studio. All right. Thank you for the PM there, Jim. Greatly appreciated.
Oh boy.
Aggression, bullying, disability, sexual misogyny, race, ethnicity, religion, swearing, no. Blocked terms and phrases. That's weird. You should be able to post the link in the chat. Ah, okay. Okay, so. Okay, so I'm going to stop the train here for a second. Okay, so yeah, the thing that blocked hyperlinks was set in the non-mod chat delay was off for some reason.
Got to see this, Tony.
Yeah, just a minute. Sorry, I'm having to just do something on stream here real quick, like.
No worries. Oh, never mind.
Just as a test, Jimbo, can you please drop that link in the chat again? Since I had to disable the hyperlink thing. I need to get a proper mod bot for this. I did have Streamlabs OBS or Streamlabs bot thing, but they, I don't know, they stopped doing that. All chat is not set for anymore. Okay, so that seems legit. Non-mod chat delay. That's weird, dude. Okay. I think if I remember right, I had to block that because somebody was posting links to porn site in my chat, so yeah. That's not allowed. So if I make him a VIP, I need to open this thing up in another tab. Okay. So that worked there, Jimbo. Yeah, I don't have the ability to make VIP for some reason. Hold on. I'll definitely be cutting this section out of the YouTube video. So on YouTube, you know, they won't be having to watch this. Go back in the Stream Manager. Stream Elements is one I'm really thinking about going with, actually. Okay.
Sorry, Kiki.
Twitch, you suck. Sometimes. Okay. Because the way the thing is set up for blocking hyperlinks is the channel will automatically delete posted URLs except for ones posted by myself, the streamer, moderators, admins, and VIPs. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if it's if I become Twitch affiliate that I actually get the ability to make people a VIP on this stream. OBS Studio Native is great. Then use the stream elements for some of your alerts. Just my 2 cents. Pop's Place. Yeah, that's some good advice. OBS Studios is, yeah, because I have OBS Studios as well. I use OBS Stream or Streamlabs OBS. Lots of stuff. Because as far as affiliates are concerned, so as far as like analytics for the achievements, so for affiliate, I only have one thing left for affiliate. So I got 6 of 7. Oh, wait a sec. So path to affiliate, reach 50 followers, did that. So the main thing I actually need to do is I need to average 3 viewers, and right now I'm only averaging like 1.41, and that's over the course of a 30-day period. I would need to stream on 7 different days, which is easy with my current stream schedule being only like 2 days a week. And then the average of 3 viewers in the course of that month period or whatever it's got to be 3. Like I said, right now I'm just topping at 1.41. It's kind of hard to actually really get going on Twitch. Yeah, I already got the 5 people thing talking too. Already did that. Because it must be that when I get to affiliate, you know, I could actually make people a VIP, and then I can basically go back to blocking hyperlinks and just simply authorize ones that people either have requested permission for posting in. I could just simply authorize it. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that works, but that is weird that Jimbo just kept getting yeeted. How many logs did that give me? 50? Not a bad train. I think part of my problem too is I'm just, you know, playing Railroads Online, and it's not a game with a broad appeal. Like, say, something like Fortnite, for example. Do I change my chat window to moderator? I don't know. Can I do that? It's the type of game that you watch while playing. That's interesting. Didn't fall back far enough past the switch. Boom, boom, boom. The other thing is I haven't been streaming actively on Twitch as much as I'd like to. I've been doing more streaming on YouTube.
Oh, you need to accept.
For anybody interested, that is my YouTube channel there. Feel free to go check that out. Sam, I just got your old PC running for a streaming machine. Oh, wow. So you got a dedicated like streaming setup. See, the game just crashed again.
Really?
When I exited F mode, yeah. Okay, I'll be back. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. But I hope it does get fixed soon. And I mean, like, now soon. It's in windowed mode. Still is crashing no matter what. It's just the problem that Kume needs to fix, and he hasn't fixed it, you know. So Astragon is looking at his code. See if it's messy. I mean, from what I understand, it kind of is all over the place when it comes to his game code.
A little bit.
I mean, I would figure if you develop a game, it wouldn't be real hard to actually fix that.
Oh, shit. Stop it.
That's only happening when I literally go out of F mode for some reason. But again, that's the reason why I have auto-saved enabled.
Off.
I'll go ahead and update my main save file too. Okay, let's roll out. Let's see where I'm at. Oop. Oh, I am in full screen. Let's try that. I could have foliage on Epic. Just for once. Oh, hold on a sec. So anyway, yeah, I was on save game. Then options, graphics. Yeah, I was on full screen. Should have it on native full screen there. When I do full screen. Alt tabbing the full screen to extended gave you a crash. That's weird. Shouldn't have done that. That is really weird, dude. Okay, so the OBS is still capturing everything.
Out. Out.
So Jem says when I would tap back into it and hit enter, it would flip out and die, so I just unload into queue. Then there's a conflict going on with the game's coding that the game doesn't like. Because it should be allowing that. See, now I'm in window mode, and this is just like weird for me. Because it's displaying the aspect weird. Use it before the spline update. Now no, and now you get used to it. They've yeah, they went to the splines. Splines are a nice addition.
It's like Cat Armageddon over here.
The spline update was like absolutely the best thing to happen to this game. It really simplified a lot of things. It really simplified not just track building, but the constructions of rail yards too. I still think that they actually need different lengths of switches though, because the only switch that we have, this standard length that we have, is just a little too much. It's basically a stupidly long switch, like a narrow gauge version of a number 20. It's like mainline high-speed turnout. And it is based on a real switch, indeed. But they add switches of different sizes and stuff. They need crossing switches. Well, they kind of eliminated the need for that when they gave you the ability to just simply connect switches up onto ends and stuff like that. But I see what you mean, like the different styles of crossing switches. Hold on, I need to be careful about playing that on Twitch, because Twitch will just straight up mute the audio. Let's see what I can find. Let's find what I can play here. That should be good. This takes a second for my hard drive to spin up so the music can play. And also, they need to be able to lay two tracks side by side in one go. Yes, that would be nice if they had like a double track template sort of thing. Kind of like what they have in trains. Remember that thing that they have in trains there, Dan?
Yeah.
We have a double main double main track template.
Yeah.
One thing this game does lack a lot of is proper templates. You know, it's so nice not to actually have to come up here and load like epic 40-car log trains, cordwood trains, and stuff like that. I'm just loading up, what is, give me 50? I can swear that it was 12, but I could be wrong. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah. Yeah, seems right. The old website used to be able to do dual tracks. Was that Minis of Work that did that? I only used Minis of Work like a couple of times to figure out and adjust my grades, my hill grades.
I don't know if that was Minnie's work or not. All I do is use the diamonds, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like when you do the diamonds, you know, you just simply do this.
Yeah.
Then you build your double main out from that. Because these diamonds just basically give you the proper spacing between main tracks. Then you do your crossovers, you know, you pick your switch. Not your 5 key. 2 key. Do that. But yeah, the turnouts in this game are ridiculous. So the key is like diamonds will actually give you the proper distance that you actually need between tracks, because you do have overhang from your rail cars that if you have a passing train going the opposite direction, that could potentially hit. So like, you know, you notice on this bend right here, you see these flat cars, you actually have overhang past the ties. That can give you a problem if your trains decide to get fresh with one another and touch each other in that way, you know.
Yeah, had to make it go that far.
I did. I've seen people try to use those 45-degree angle switches too for laying double track, and it just doesn't really work. One thing I like about live streaming, I do like interacting with my chat. It's part of the rewarding experience about it. That's the one thing I don't like about using switches for the mainline template, is that they're a little too close. They're great otherwise, when you need to get a good straight track layout going. This track is so much better looking than the old splines. I still have that video of that live stream up on my YouTube channel from when I very first played this game with Ben. Mm-hmm. And holy crap, we sucked at laying track. So Jimbo just had this experience. He posted in chat. He said he just had a bridge derail on straight line. Yeah. Ouch. I sympathize. As soon as the local hit normal track, she just went haywire. Yeah, the track coding in this game is weird too. I mean, I've literally had trains do that. I can relate. On a perfectly straight of track, perfectly straight piece of track, I've had trains yeet themselves off so hard off the rails. It was just mind-blowing.
So hard it was counting stars.
Yep. Making sure I didn't have any car brakes on. All right, or a tender brake. Aussie Man says, "Oh, an Australian. Good idea, mate." It says, "I know for the first time I played the game, my track was up and down, and I kept derailing all the time. I am happy that they fixed it so you can lay track." Yes, that is the one true blessing. That's actually one of the many true blessings of the new splines. My track lane was so bad. I think I'll split that link down in the chat here in just a minute of the first live stream I ever did. And you can see just how bad I was at laying track. I didn't know what roadbed was used for. Or I didn't know what the roadbed was, in this game anyway. I haven't had a derail like this before it's ever gotten a tree or over speed. I'm from there. Oh, you're from Australia too? Nice. 2 Aussies in chat.
Nice.
Good idea, mate. No, it's funny. I actually, a little bit of a personal story, but I actually had a counselor way back when I was in school. You know, not going to get into the details of the what and the why, but she is this really cool lady named Eunice, and she was originally from Sydney, Australia, and she was actually married to a gentleman that actually worked for Amtrak out of LeGrand, Oregon. And so, yeah, that's actually how I got a ride on a Union Pacific Lifesaver train. Or Lifesaver operation train that they were doing. This is back in the 90s.
Oh, I'm like, I don't remember
Operation Lifesaver. Yeah, you don't remember that. So anyway, long story short, I got a ride with this gentleman, you know, because she knew, you know, that I had a big interest in trains way back when I was a kid. And so she talked to her husband about it, and they found out that Union Pacific was doing this Operation Lifesaver thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so she arranged with her husband to get that done, get on board with me, and take me on this awesome train ride that they were running from LeGrand, Oregon to Union, Oregon, and back. So that was kind of a cool little trip. Really was. And he pointed out to me these stripes on the post that were mile markers and stuff. So he taught me a little bit. Anyway, sorry, the story there. Also, thank you for the follow too. I'm gonna see who that was. So I didn't quite see who it was. Aussie Man 2020. Thank you for the follow, sir. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, the woman who is my counselor, you know, named Eunice, you know, she was from Sydney. So yeah, very cool lady.
I'm not afraid. Neither should you. So, with that in mind, Mr. Stewart, this is Split Down.
That one train ride we went on, that was my first mainline train ride.
Really?
You don't remember?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh. So that was the one we went on. That was technically my second Operation Lifesaver thing they did.
Oh.
I suppose I could actually crank the regulator all the way up because there's actually a little bit of a grade right here. And the Glenbrook will actually struggle with it on a 10-car loaded long train. But that's okay. She's doing the job. She's getting it done. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, greatly appreciated, Aussie, man. Very much appreciated. I hope you guys like the content and like hanging out in chat. I like talking to you guys. Gotta watch full rigging that because this thing will take off like a bat out of heck. So after I drop off these logs here, I'm going to warp down to the sawmill and start servicing the cordwood. Wood. Okay. Drop save back. Continue. I gotta love the front door drop-off service right there. I think the only person that actually, come to think about Railroads Online stream on Twitch, I think the only other person that streams it regularly is Nuclea, who's also from Australia. He actually came by and raided me one time with like 30 people. So that was really cool. Oh, come now.
Thank you also very much.
Brake is still on, no wonder.
I love you too, whoever said that. Okay. This is one of my favorite tunes.
Yeah, this should get me all
This is a lovely,
close to full.
entitled My Thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and stuff this stuff in the yard here. It's no point in actually loading it off now because it's only going to accept 2 logs, so. Come on, girl. Get up to speed. Okay, so no, I just remembered the lady that was from Sydney that was my counselor. Her name was not Eunice. Her name was Susan Calamaris. Eunice was another person entirely, but Susan Calamaris, she was the lady that was my counselor that was from Australia. So she was a totally cool person. I wonder how she's doing these days. Hope she's well. Because I kept thinking, no, that was not her name. Eunice was not her name. And then it's like, oh, Susan was her name. Susan Calamaris. I remember that. I remembered her last name quite well because it was like the most Australian name you can think of. Or a very Australian sounding name. I don't know how common that name is actually in Australia, so. The surname, anyway. I might suggest I better slow down right now. And I'll just set a break here. I'm not going to detach the locomotive or anything like that. So the stream that I was just telling you guys about, I'll split that link here in just a second. So if you guys want to see some awful track work, here you go. You can point your fingers and laugh at that. Because that was awful. I mean, to be fair, that was when I first started playing, you know. So didn't know how the track work actually was done. Because I assumed that, you know, Railroads Online operated in a similar manner as, say, like Trains Simulator. Trains Railroad Simulator, which is like, say, Trains 2012 or Trains or Tane even, where they just had a actual spline work. Railroads Online don't play that. So yeah. All right, let's go down to Smelter, work down here some. Literally out of cordwood. So I'm going to be using up some cordwood as I get it into the facility here to actually replenish the rails and beams that I've had to use. Your cordwood is full now. Good stuff, man. So let's whip these two hyzers up together, get them pisted and all going. Hey Dan, take a look at my screen, please.
Give me a
This stack
second
is-
here. I've been looking for a tool over here.
Jimbo says he brought 6 too many cars, though. So did you stall out on, I presume, a load?
I don't see your screen.
Oh, that's right. The game crashed, so I have to reboot it. Okay. Here we go. Right there.
Okay, what am I looking at?
The fact that this flue right here, this smokestack, is almost perfectly lined up with that outtake vent. Almost. It would be perfectly lined up if I could back up further, but, you know, can't. I'm unable to penetrate the wall.
It's not meant to have 2 locomotives there.
With Heislers, you can do almost anything.
It is time for me to return to paradise. Paradise.
Jimbo said he had too much stock. Oof. So, I want an honest opinion from everybody here, both here in this voice chat and here in the Twitch chat.
No.
No? Wow, that's what you call a quick start.
I'm already hearing what you're going to ask. The answer is no.
Okay, what am I going to ask? Then I'll
How
give you an
does
answer.
two Heislers back to back look? No.
Oh, no, that's not the question. Question is potential cattle cars in the future of this game.
Yes. They've already hinted to it. Which I'm surprised they never had the cattle cars in this game to begin with.
Yes, Jimbo, they are currently planned. They just haven't been implemented yet. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Because they're going to have a whole industry to come with them. Question is, where are they going to put them? I mean, there's that beautiful wide open space right there below the coal mine that they could easily do that with. I'll just pull this entire thing out.
Of course, they've also got all that beautiful land that's literally on the other side of the mountains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have that entire wide open map section that you can finagle your way into getting into. So, yeah, there's that. He says they're meant to be passenger train cars too. Yeah, I know that that's in the plan somewhere, but whether or not Kime will actually put it in the plans or put them in the game is another thing that remains to be seen.
Yep.
If he does, there better be a bloody carnage after derail. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna take a nostalgia trip back to the summer of 2000.
Yep. He better implement that. The fans are gonna want to demand it.
So give you guys a real loud, and I mean loud, I want your hands to like bleed when you're done. A round of applause and screams, hoot, holler, howl, whatever you want. Go!
Heislers really do sound so much better now with the new chuffs. All right, I'm almost completely out onto the main line. So you'll see my little process of transloading. So I really don't, do the proper job of backing cars in here, offloading a couple at a time, and then, you know, having to do the actual proper switch maneuvers. I just simply transload loads from one car to the next. It just speeds up the process so much more quickly. When they're not slipping, yes. The locomotives that we have in this game that I don't really like are the climaxes that are horrible about slipping. When you get them into high throttle. I don't stock too much, so oh, okay. You don't stock too much, or so you can have the track to go over the stockpile. Yeah, I got you. Good friend of ours actually did that too. Might want to consider braking here. I don't think it has to be perfectly lined up. But yeah, that's pretty much how it's done. I remember sitting in on Nucleus stream one time, and he had a setup similar to this on his railroad, with a modified map and stuff. And I thought, well, if he can do that, and I know that you can do that because I've done it before. It's like, if he's doing it that way, then I could do it that way. I think it works out to 8 cars of ore to fill up a supply of iron and rails. I believe that's the ratio, depending on your difficulty setting. Like if you're working on normal, that may be.
Job security, my friends.
Yeah, I mean, you must have seen that big mound that I had back there. Big mound of raw iron. Like, the stupid thing is that, you know, the raw iron as well as the coal up at the ironworks holds like 1,000 units of each thing. Yeah. And I thought I did it the cheaty way. Lol. That's what you call cheesing it a bit, you know? They used to say in Mario Maker. A lot of the Mario Maker content creators say cheesing it, so yeah. That's where I picked up the term from. Cheesing it. Fun fact, smelter is the only place that uses industrial cordwood. Come on, get in here. I mean, I do it this way because quite literally it's just so much faster. A lot less time consuming. Your friends just call it Jim Bob's Way. That's almost like when my mom used to say, well, it's my way or the highway. Or in this case, it's my way of the railway. Oh. And look at how much wood that yeeted. I'm only down to 16 cords of wood in the facility there. Jimbo says when he used to work driving interstate trucks, he never got enough time to enjoy games fully, so I had to be cheaty sometimes. Yeah, there you go. I do have a question for you, Jim. Since Vic is in your name, is that actually in reference to the state of Victoria in Australia? It just happened to hit it. Oh yeah, I live in the state of Washington, so U.S. style. I remember this one question that somebody asked once, like, how many places do we actually have in this country named Washington? We have Washington, D.C., Washington State, all the Washington counties in the various states, all the other towns named Washington, a president named Washington.
There's a couple of cities that are Washington.
Mm-hmm. All the places named Washington. But yeah, I thought I would ask, because you mentioned you were from Australia, Jim, so I thought I would ask. If Vic meant Victoria. Oh, that'll work. Hey, Dan, wasn't Armadio Morgs from Melbourne? He was the Australian guy with ballistics. He was the clan commander.
He was either Australian or he was New Zealand. I know
Oh, he was-
Maisie's New Zealand.
Yeah, Maisie's New Zealand. He's Kiwi.
Yeah.
No, Morgs, he was Aussie. Yeah.
I just can't remember where.
Because I remember he used to get into it with another Aussie clan member, you know, because he was from New South Wales and
Yeah.
Morgs was from Victoria, and they would always get into like these little debates about which state was better. Really? That cord of wood didn't come over here. That's... Okay, he's a famous guy who was the first president of the United States. What's weird too, Dan, is that the fact that this place takes an absurd amount of cordwood
Yeah.
because it takes so much cordwood to keep it going. Top of the world. Another derail from the missed tree. Oh, he hit a tree. He hit a tree, Dan.
Ooh.
Remember that one time we hit a tree going up with a 40-car train?
Oh, we
One more.
slammed into it.
We should have taken the tree with the train. Like you can in World of Tanks, you can mow a tree down with a tank.
Hey, can you guys breathe hard? Do it with me, okay? If you know the song.
So I'm just gonna leave these cords of wood here on these cars because, you know, that's all I have is 16 left. I'll just put them in anyway. Screw it. Put them in, put them in. Get paid for that money. I mean, for that work. Okay, man, getting paid for the money? Dude, that would be something. Okay.
Yeah. This reminds me of the last scene in that video. As years go by, we slowly die slave to the grind. A lot in
So here's an idea I've been coming up with in my head for a while. I'd like to do community nights here on Twitch. Where, like, for example, if we're playing Railroads Online, you know, we do a community night where we invite, you know, people from the Twitch chat to come over and play with us on our layouts on our railroads, you know, and so on and so forth.
If their poor computer can handle it.
If one, their computer can handle it. Two, if QMA bothers fixing the multiplayer popcorning aspect and stuff like that. And, oh, somebody followed me. Mr. Prince, thank you for the follow, sir. Very, very kindly appreciated. So, yeah, it's not a bad idea to do some kind of community night, you know, where we invite people from the Twitch chat to come onto our railroad and basically, you know, just do out with us and do railworks. Also, thank you, Licia 1 for the follow. Whoa, look at that rocking side to side. Might want to tone down the throttle a bit.
Yeah, before you put everything on the ground.
It's so weird the way the locomotives interact with the track. Yeah, I think the popcorning issue has a lot more to do, not with just like the servers and stuff, or not just to do with the servers, but a lot to do with the optimization of the game itself. And also the fact that, the game is actually server-side, or not server-side hosted, but client-side hosted. And it does depend on the strength of their computers, the capabilities of their computers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were saying that they wish that, they had like server-side hosting and stuff. I get that server-side hosting would cost quite a lot of money for QA to invest in that. But I think that for now, until if QA really cares, actually get that issue resolved when it comes to the actual game utilization. Because the thing that sucks for somebody that's on the client side hosting, or the client side and not the host side, is that when you're a client and you're going on to somebody else's server, is that you have that stupid draw range distance limitation as well. Like you can only see a part of your train. If you're working on a particularly big train, that can be an issue. So the game was pretty much like set up for, short-sighted or short trains and stuff. Didn't quite see in time that switch is open. Well, it's maxing out your 3060. See, you're actually on a better graphics card than I am. I'm on a 1080 Ti. And Prince says, surprisingly, in my 48 hours of play, I haven't experienced popcorn issues unless I'm using RRO's Online Extended. The game gets addictive. That's the one thing about this game. It is addictive.
Mm-hmm.
But the popcorning thing mainly comes from the multiplayer aspect of the game. When you're on someone else's server, then you get this thing that happens, where trains just literally rubber band. I'll try to show an example of that in the stream I did a while back, where I was actually on my main man Dan's server here.
Yeah.
And this particular day it was really bad for some reason.
Every day on my railroad is bad.
And this is from several months ago. That was, so don't mind the part that I said I would never play this game again, because clearly I'm playing it. But I did actually have a whole playlist there. I'm also wondering if it actually correlates to how much stuff people have on their railroads too. Come on, Heisleys. Get it going. You're running up 20 empties. You're running up 20 empties like you're running up a cricket score. Do it. Now, on my friend Matt's server, he doesn't have a lot of stuff, and I don't experience a lot of popcorning on his server either. I was hoping to try to get him on tonight. Might demonstrate some of that. Might still try to get him on and see if he wants to play or something. But yeah, you know, he doesn't have a lot of stuff, a lot of rolling stock and a lot of locomotives. Whereas, you know, I can go onto another person's railroad with a lot of locomotives and rolling stock and it just rubber bands and popcorns all over the place. It's crazy. Yes, this bridge you guys are looking at is insane, as is that one over there, which is 360-degree helix at 2%, roughly. I don't have the URL set right at the moment. I'll have to invite you onto my railroad one of these days and we can look at it together. Not tonight. But it is a lot of locomotives and rolling stock. Wait, I could do a shareable link without... Okay. Hold on a sec. I'll do a public link here. Oh, public URL just allows players to only view the map. Well, here's the way I could do it too. So, Mr. Prince says, hey, quick question. Would you like to join the Railroads Online roleplay type server that I am currently working on? Maybe. I would have to take a look at it. So go ahead and send the link to it. Is it this Discord thing? Because I'm on quite a lot of Discords and I don't pay attention to most of them, so. But go ahead and send the link in chat, though. Oh, look, that switch will switch itself. Thank you, Switch. You're such a good boy. Let's line my switches up. What is this backwards like that? That was interesting. Just post the code, not the whole address. Okay. Oh, for the Discord. So that's the invite code. Okay. So once I get up to log camp there, I'll show you guys the basically the rolling stock list that I have. So check out that code there, Mr. Prince, once I get done streaming here. So what is the Railroads Online role-playing thing? Oh, it doesn't let you. Hold on. Okay, so let me change those settings again. Okay, I took off block hyperlinks. Because I don't know how. I'll get this going here. Okay. It's for like a better role play, I guess. Like you start out as a civilian, then you can hitchhike and stuff, and you can rank up by proving that you're good enough to become a brakeman, construction SOS team, or an engineer. Interesting. Yeah, I might check that out after the stream there. So while that's loading, so I'll share the screen here because Jumbo wants to see what my rolling stock stuff looks like.
Oh, he's gonna have fun.
So this is on my display capture here. So we've got rolling stock here. So here we have all of my locomotives. About 65 of them, 66. And most of them are numbered kind of in a numerical way, but not all of them are. Like Britannic, Olympic, and Titanic here, 433, 400, 401, Emmett, 1902. But most of them are like 67, 60, 61, 62, 63, 58, 59, so on and so forth. Most of these are actually named and numbered. Gotta have that for the locomotive side. On the freight cars, you know, this is where you have a lot of stuff, so, you know, tons and tons of stuff, and most of them don't have numbers. I mean, as you can see already, it's just a long list of stuff. I'm really thinking about just deleting some of the box cars because, honestly, they're only used for transporting box tools. So right now on the railroad, they're kind of like the most pointless car because they, you know, unlike every other car, you know, like the coal car here, it's like it's used for transporting coal and iron. So it's not dual purpose or multi-purpose. Box cars are just used currently as they are to move one thing. Just tools.
Mm-hmm.
So I may end up just yeeting some of them actually. But yeah, the list just goes on and on and on.
Man, they're talking to you, dude.
Oil tankers, I have a lot of them because I tend to haul a lot of, I tend to move real oil trains up the hill.
Okay, we're gonna do one more song.
Real oil.
Yeah, like 20, 30 car oil trains, which is fine, you know.
It goes something like,
But the box cars, you know, just need like a max of 5.
of the wild.
How many cranes are there at the at that place? Go back upstairs, dude.
Which place?
At the ironwork.
The ironworks, there's 3 in total. 2 at the pipes and 1 at the tools.
Oh, okay. Go upstairs, fuck. Let's go upstairs. Fuck.
So I'm definitely going to get rid of some of those box cars. I just don't need them. I mean, unless QMA changes that and adds another industry that requires the use of box cars, but...
Yeah, I would shove those into a unknown spur and just leave them there until you need them, Tony.
Leave them there and forget them. Just fucking bring them back to the yard, honestly, you know? Because you only need like a max of 5. Because the way the oil field works when it comes to consuming toolboxes,
Yeah.
it doesn't go through a lot of them. It really doesn't. It takes forever to go through a lot of them. Yeah, it would be very nice. I hope that they add grain to the game at some point, or a map expansion. Agreed. So, Jimbo, when it comes to the coal engines, they are intending on adding that, I believe, the next patch, I hope. They seem to be leaning heavily on teasing that fact of adding coal engines, and they're going to convert some of the existing engines, from what I understand, like the Class 70 that actually was a coal burner in real life, to coal burning. Coal burning. But yeah, that's that whole list. And just this short little list of tenders and cabooses. Really weird that your tenders, cabooses, and miscellaneous are just a completely separate list. But yeah, that's it. That's pretty much all my stuff. And then, you know, here's my map ski. Freight depot. So here you got the west yard, the east yard. At the freight depot, you know, you got west yard, east yard. So I tend to want to use this for like a classification yard. This is more like a staging yard. And of course, you got locomotive facilities, got the spawn tracks, all that. And this is all double tracked around the freight depot. But I have an interchange yard for all three of these industries down here. It's like a 6-track interchange yard. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6. Got the oil field set up here. Jimbo says, yeah, Con and Mini Jack Black, i.e. Heist. We're talking about it a few videos ago. Yes, they've got some expansion plans. Whoa. That was weird. Rover's Online Extended just randomly crashed.
Wow.
Never had that one happen. So I gotta reattach, or try to, without having to, you know, restart my game. That's gonna suck.
Yeah.
And so I initialized. Yeah, it reattached just fine. Yes, this is how you run super fast too. So anyway, we'll switch back. Yeah, that bug does suck. I've had it. I mean, I take that back. I've had it crash on me a couple times and it was not a big issue. So I'll make this tiny. Sawmill setup, loop track, and the yard tracks there. Logging camp setup, loop track, and spur tracks here. I don't use them like I should, but you know, it's only just me most of the time anyway, so. Sawmill setup, same kind of thing. Spur tracks and loop. Here I got a locomotive helper station for the to assist trains up the hill going up to either the coal mine or the iron mine, which respectively have 3.5% and 4% grades. I've never derailed a train on either of those routes so far, but I have stalled out trains on those routes for lack of power. Turn that switch back. Iron mine setup. And coal mine. So yeah, there you guys go. Let's see. Here's refinery. And that ridiculous double bridge that I built up to it. And ironworks.
Thank you all so very much for showing up tonight. You guys did a wonderful job.
Okay, I'll check out that link in just a sec. I'm gonna switch back to the game here.
We love you all. Have a good night.
Okay. Done and done. So, yeah, I'm just gonna leave these boxcars here in this spur track because, you know, these spur tracks, because, you know, reasons. So this is down at Iron Mine, and a giant pile of coal right there. 837 units of coal. 63 raw iron, so I'm good there for a little while. I have a ton of tools here. 93 out of 100. Full on pipes, almost full. 96 out of 100. So check out that link here real quick. Like, hold on a sec. That's a Railroads Online extended thing. Oh, that's a really nice track layout, dude. Very interesting track layout at the sawmill. I've actually been seeing people go with that similar theme, actually, of doing like a 90-degree crossover on tracks. That's at the sawmill. Seems to be the other consensus on how to lay out the sawmill more effectively, I think. Ooh, nice track work at the smelter too. Nice little yard down there, as well as a Y. Very nice. Suppose I could share that if you want. So this is Jimbo's layout here. I like this freight depot layout. It's a nice little, kind of like a circle main. Similar to what I have. You got your locomotive facility here. You got your main yard here. You got the freight depot side with the spawn tracks here. You got your Y here, then you're working on your main line going out towards these three industries out here. Oh, that's weird. Connection lost. That is a really cool setup, though. Yeah, I don't know. Connection lost. On Railroads Online Extended.
Huh.
I was showing Jimbo's map on stream there, so. Did you lose connection on your Railroads Online? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, that's a nice layout, dude. Anyway, let's go back to logging camp. You are very welcome, my good man. Sometimes Railroads Online Extended will actually just lose connection too. But it's all good either way. Come on. I hate it when it snaps back into the game like that. That's a bit loud.
Spend all your life looking, but you never know exactly what you're looking for. It all seems
So yeah, I think it's a good idea, you know, and I just want to run it by you guys and see what you think about doing a community night one of these nights.
I wouldn't mind doing something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a really good song. Really good cover, too. Did somebody come into the chat? I see that Matt was on, but I think he popped off.
Yeah.
He didn't want to come in. He didn't want to play. Dude. That's okay, we'll just level out his punishment later.
so tired of the insults, the pointing and the names, 'cause everyone knows who I am. They just keep coming, keep on wasting their time, and they'll keep me in line. Someday I'll show
I'm still partly on the downhill slope.
in their heads. Soon they'll all look up to me.
What time zone you in? I'm in the Pacific time zone. 9:13 currently. 9:13 p.m. that is. Yep, 2 hours behind Texas. Are you in Are you living in Texas now, or what's up? What? Because with me being in Washington State, you know, I'm on the Pacific time. Oh, your flight buddy's on that time. Okay. Yeah. He's probably from Texas. So Texas is in the central time zone. So essentially, the United States has 6 time zones. Mainland U.S. has only 4 time zones. But then when you include Alaska and Hawaii, so like Hawaii is in Hawaii time, Alaska is in Alaska time, and you know Hawaii is like even 2 hours behind me. Even then, you move to the mainland, you know, you got the Pacific time, which is West Coast. You know, Then you have one over from me, Mountain Time. Then you have Central Time, which is where Texas is, and then you have Eastern Time, which is New York, basically. Two ways to rule the world to justify the crimes. I love Sabaton. But I still gotta watch it because Twitch will mute sections of audio. And I do plan to load this stream up to YouTube tomorrow after I do some editing. I'll download it tonight when I get off the stream. So yeah, guys, let's make it a thing. You know, it's going to require a bit of planning and hopefully some patchwork on QMA's end for fixing the Railroads Online multiplayer experience. And we'll try to make community nights a thing. That's the ultimate interaction with community peoples. Go ahead. You were saying something, Dan?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. Thought you were gonna say something, but I'm wrong. Come on. This twisted future isn't right. I remember that one time I brought a 40 card train up here and loaded it with cordwood, and that was all destined for smelter. Yeah, that was totally awesome. I have Streamlabs OBS, and honestly I don't care too much because I don't play a lot of copyrighted material while streaming anyway. Like, the weird thing is if I do stream to YouTube, you know, YouTube's a little bit more lenient about it. probably should do a quick save here. Jimbo says he's about to load 18 with rails.
Oof.
Oh boy, that's gonna be some weight.
He can do it.
Yes, he can.
If I can, he can.
Yep.
But it also
And
depends upon what settings he's on.
Yeah, what's your settings in your graphics card there, Jimbo? I think you mentioned you had like a 3060 graphics card. That's
No,
the
I
case,
mean
you
his-
should be able to easily handle
I
it.
mean-
Go ahead.
I mean his game setting, if it's set for a medium.
He says worse, yet gotta go up 10 degrees. 10%. Oof. And he said the settings are all on epic.
No.
And his difficulty settings is on easy.
Okay, yeah.
That's fine, dude. It's fine. My settings are on normal, so it would be really hard for me to basically keep up the input demand for the output. Because on hard, it'd be like what, at least 2 things for every 1 thing outputted. But in the case of the oil-refueled oil refinery and the tool factory, it's basically 3 things for 1 thing. So I have mine on medium, where it's a 1-to-1 kind of deal. Normal, yeah, and he won't go up beyond that. Yeah, I get it. I mean, like, normal makes total sense when you're actually playing in as a single person. Hard makes a lot more sense if you could consistently, hog around multiple people on your server to do it consistently. Because then you have the effort to match the input and output needed. Hard. But it's hard when it's you and me. I don't want to say goodbye. It's so weird to just stand here and watch the cranes just work. Swing back and forth, And a single whistle for stop. The thing that sucks about loading cordwoods, it does actually take a while to load up because it's 8 per car, but hey, I could be sitting here loading tools, so I can't complain, I'm headbanging.
Just you and me. This isn't what friendship's supposed to be.
About 6 more cars left to fill up. Why is Railroads Online extended not stopping? Really?
I believed what we had would last forever. After all the moments we spent together, were they meaningless in the end?
And stop.
If friendship is supposed to be magic, then why has ours become so tragic? I'm no longer proud to call you my friend. Give me a smidge of confidence. Give me a speck of something that makes sense. Give me an idea of the pendant.
You guys can hear me just fine out on the stream, correct? Let me know in the chat if you can. You guys seem to be hearing me just fine because you're responding to me, so that's all good.
Feels like after all this time, you should have known we'd be here tonight. Wondering where the past has gone. All the memories we
Nice overhead view of the operations here at the log camp.
about the way we were just you and me. This isn't what friendship's meant to be. You see me soaring through the sky. I see you below as you walk on by. I could clear the sky in 10 seconds flat. How about that? How about that? I could be sitting here on a cloud, watching the sun as it starts to go down. The only thing missing is you by my side.
Give me a smidge of confidence. Expect that I'm making sense. Give me a dependency. Give me a dash of loyalty. Four more to load up.
Feels like after all this time, you should have known we'd be here tonight. Wondering where the past has gone. All the memories we lost when we moved on. Honestly, it hurts thinking about the way we were just you and me. This isn't what friendship's meant to be. Time stands still when you're with me. How can I
That's Interesting. I never heard this version of the song. Oh, okay. How are you doing there on your train journey, Jimbo? How are you doing on your train journey, Dan?
Oh, I'm still getting my one train put back together.
What do you got left to do?
I'll just take the empty flat cars over to the lumber. I've been slowly at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it can't really be fast at this game, unfortunately.
Well, I've been taking pauses now and then, so.
Well, yeah, pauses are important.
And it seems like my locomotive is out of juice. Oh.
That's why they call me loyalty.
Oh. I had a wee bit of an incident.
What happened?
Well, apparently while I was away with the puppy, my locomotive kept on going with the poppers and slammed into the flat cars.
Okay. Final 2 cars loaded, or will be loading anyway. Go ahead and refire the locomotives. All those 2 are loading. Check the water. Yeah, we're good on water. How you doing on your train there, Jimbo?
I got a locomotive right there already. You can disconnect.
This tree is partly inside this building. Huh. That's interesting. I was gonna cut it down, but no, I'll just leave it. Jimbo says, getting along loading takes for ages. Just wait till you actually get to the ironworks there and you start loading the toolboxes. 32 toolboxes to a boxcar, and that takes an ice age to load one. That's really the only crane that the automatic crane system comes into effective use on, is just that crane alone. Let's save.
I thought you guys said the reverb was taken off.
It was.
It sounds like to me they actually lowered the reverb, not take it off completely.
No, I could tell they took it off. I can't hear any reverb.
I
Even if
can
you're-
just a little bit. I mean, just a minute. It's like if we could hear reverb like a good half a map away, and that be a number 10, I think they notched it down to number 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm standing away from the locomotive. And there's a little bit of reverb. Those are shays. 2 shays, the only shays that will be on this railroad. Because when you actually operate shays, it's like watching paint dry.
Well, that's until they come out with the better shays, Tony.
Well, even so, it's like they're too slow. Too slow.
You know how you fix that?
You don't?
Yeah, you can.
What? How do you fix it?
You put 2 of the new consolidations on either end of the shay.
Yeah, you're just basically pushing and pulling the shay.
Easy fix. And that thing will go faster than what it's never done before.
With a lot of outside help.
I didn't say it was a perfect fit. I just said it was an easy fix.
Did I? I thought I shed a handbrake there for a sec. Like, what? No, I just wanted to set a retainer on this slope here. I've actually had that happen. Where I've actually shed the part of a locomotive or a freight car or something like that. I mean, usually I only ever see that if I'm in a multiplayer session on somebody else's server, then they are shedding parts of their locomotive like snakes shedding skin. It's a weird thing. It's a weird phenomena. Suppose I don't need those switches open anymore.
Oh, while I was doing some YouTube searching while my phone was charging, I found
yeah?
a video on YouTube where a guy is actually building a model of a roundhouse from the ground up. All
Really?
out of wood. Yeah.
Dude,
So
that's
guess what I'll
really
be
cool.
watching tonight?
Yeah, please send me a link to that. Is this like a model? You said it's a model roundhouse, right? Out
Yes.
of wood? Okay.
Yes.
I can go ahead and take this retainer off now. Off, says me. Jumbo asked, what size model?
I do not know yet.
Okay.
I've only seen it clip it. But if anything, I'm going to make it in scale.
Yep. In scale. Jimbo also said, onto the 6th car after pee break and a drink resupply. I have a 1.5 liter bottle right next to me that I call the water tower. And boy, it does come in handy when I'm doing streaming. Jimbo says his PC is in the shed because he smokes, so he has a fridge next to him. But I'm drinking Pepsi Max cans. So you're definitely in a well-ventilated area if you smoke. I like how that snakes around the curve like that.
We all huff and puff. Ye old huff and puff.
I used to smoke for like 5 years. No, 3 years, sorry. Then I kicked the habit. Mainly because it just got way too expensive and, you know, it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. But I don't ever go knocking on people for their habits either, you know. It's like I still have friends that smoke. When I smoked, I used to do roll your owns and stuff because, like, buying the packs of cigarettes are just ridiculously expensive.
Gosh dang it. Why didn't you move?
Full yeeting speed. Packs of 30s here are like $58, $58 Australian, so they'll probably be like, I don't know, $50 US, $40. They're still pretty expensive when you buy the packs like that. What's weird is I never bought the cartons of cigarettes that, you know, would contain so many cigarette boxes. You know what's weird too, Jim, is I've actually done that before too. I would buy, you know, packs of cigarettes, and sometimes I'd chop them into roll-your-owns. I did that, but I usually bought like top cigarettes and stuff. I didn't realize my brake was on. Oh man, I've been roasting my brake shoe that entire time. Heating up with that friction, boy. I suppose I should replace this one bridge section here with actual ground layer.
Nah, then that would be too easy.
I'll set a brake retainer. Just to aid with the braking. Because this is actually going down to the smelter about 2% to 2.5%. 2.5% max. I don't do the thing that Heiss and Khan do, where it's like 10% grades, you know?
Just unrealistic.
Yeah, I like to knock them for that.
7%. I mean, that's what the Uinta did.
I think Uinta also did 10% too, but they had like one section was like ruling grade 10%.
Yes.
But it wasn't the whole line, you know?
It was probably no more than maybe, we'll just go for 1,000 feet of 10%.
Mm-hmm. That 6% line that, you know, they did, that's fine, you know. Stuck with that. They would have just had to build the line longer to the coal mine from where they were at iron mine. You know.
I did a route from the iron mine to the coal mine no greater than 2.5.
Yeah. Although Khan built that absurd switchback thing that he did too. I have them who wants to take 10 hours going up when you can do it in minutes. Yeah, there you go. That's what Jimbo said. That he's a good coder if he could get brake fade from FS22. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. Yeah, I'm not sure if they will ever code like brake wear and tear in Railroads Online. I know it's weird they have that in American railroads, at least QMA does. So he does have like a maintenance requirement in that game, but he didn't port it over to this game.
More than likely, he made it dormant.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did. I don't think he ported it over at all, to be completely honest. I'd be surprised if he did. Jimbo says, "My God, that would have been a pain in the butt to do that switch bake." Yeah, like the only railroad I can think of in the real world that I am aware of that have done an insane amount of switchbacks, even close to that, was that Peruvian National Railways that crisscrosses the Andes that has that kind of operation. You know, but those guys, you know, their summit elevations at like what, 15,000 feet.
Back before the Cascade Tunnel or the other tunnel in Washington was ever done, both Northern Pacific and the Great Northern had switchbacks on the main line.
Yeah. I'm talking about way back in the days. I'm talking about the Peruvian National Railway down in Peru.
Yeah.
That has that insane switchback setup. And they're like the only railroad operation I know of in the real world that has an insane, you know, anything close to a switchback setup like that. And it's like really stupidly steep grades too, like 5 or 6%.
Cass has at 7.
Mm-hmm. hit that switch up ahead. So I can bring this train around and back it down the main. I'm thinking if I ever reach Twitch affiliate too, I'd like to do little emoticons for the chat. That's just me thinking out loud kind of thing.
Hey, you do you.
I will do me. Jimbo says it's just easier using cable drag. Yeah, but most people don't think that way. That's the weird thing.
Make sure this whole entire thing is coming with me.
He says, can you imagine a bridge that long in real life? God, the work it would need to keep it from warping. Yeah, the amount of maintenance it would need would be just insane.
What bridge?
Probably talking about my bridge.
Oh,
I have a pretty long bridge on my layout going down to Smelter, so yeah.
I don't
You'd
like.
have to have. Go ahead, man. You can say it.
I don't like long bridges.
Well, until QMA figures out a way to either A, allow me to make cuts in the ground, which is unlikely, or B, you know, I figure out another way to make a railroad grade that's halfway decent, I'll stick with the bridge. I don't know. I'm not grilling you on anything.
I mean, I've got the longest bridge I've got is the one that I have to have for the loop
Mm-hmm.
to get up to the Y. That is the longest bridge I've got. Not even the twin bridges are the same length.
Right.
Well, wait a second. I think the bridges that I just did are a little bit longer than this one that I'm looking at, which is the loop bridge.
Mm-hmm. Jimbo says straight would be okay, but on a massive bend like that, yeah, it would be huge. But then again, you know, some of the bridges they're building in real life are becoming absurd anyway. You know, literally becoming miles long. So
Apparently, he has not seen the Northern Pacific S-curve bridge.
yep, probably. Have you seen it there, Jimbo? Northern Pacific S-curve bridge. They did build that thing, and yeah, it's a little ludicrous.
That was here in Idaho. I just don't know where. I mean, don't know where in my head, but I'm pretty sure I can look it up.
All right. And go ahead and save the game while the train is rolling through.
Come back and it's all derailed.
You know, that's not even funny, dude, because literally I've had that happen.
Oh, save a file and then
Save
come
a
back.
file.
Yeah,
And
and
it
then
was
come
derailed.
back the next day and find out it's all derailed.
Yeah, I've had that
Ooh.
happen.
Ooh.
I saved a file once too after a game crashed in. All my rolling stock locomotives are deleted and half the switches are gone. It's like, well, that was fun.
Oh, I remember that day.
Yeah, that was fun. I was pretty pissed off
Yes.
because I put so much effort into building that railroad, and that happened.
And that was back when you had to, you laid the switch and then you had to relay the connecting track that went to the switch.
Sadly, Jimbo, I do not. That was from a long while back when that happened. I just got so pissed with it that I basically just went ahead and deleted the file and started fresh. Oh, wait a minute. I still have the original railroad left. I just went ahead and rebuilt it. Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, I don't have a link for that.
You don't want to see the 250 car pickup.
What did you do?
Huh?
Oh, you meant for the bridge? For this thing? Yeah. I'll give it to you in just a sec. Just let me park this train here. Although, this bridge right here, that's not as actually big as I've built before. On my old railroad layout, I had a giga bridge that had like a double switchback. So you want to talk about absurd? That was like 5% in some sections. Double switchback, super long bridge that snaked up the valley from where you come down from that canyon between the smelter and the coal mine, or the sawmill. And I built the rail line from the sawmill up to the iron mine. And I had a branch off to the coal mine, to the smelter as well. If I could actually keep my thoughts straight here.
You know, my
Oh,
brain just thought of this. We can make Camas Prairie look like a small pea shooter.
Oh, he wants a link to the Northern Pacific S bridge. Sorry about that, dude.
Oh.
I had it in my head that you were wanting a link to my, public URL for its online extended. My bad. For some reason,
So
I'm just not
most of
thinking
the,
straight today. Go ahead, Dan.
Most of the photos that I've seen are on eBay.
On eBay.
Yeah.
I'd be sure that somebody has a video of it somewhere.
There's no video as far as I know. Because that bridge burnt down.
Was it wood?
Yep.
Huh. I'll set the first couple of retainers on this.
think it's Northern Pacific. Now I'm doubting myself. Great.
Jimbo says he used to have a ridge track that went around the map. Yeah, my old bridge was similar but different.
So what happened was it didn't burn down. It collapsed underneath the train.
Really?
Yep.
That is terrible.
It used to be over by Mullen, Idaho. Mullan.
Okay.
And the train wreck.
I swear I need to yeet wood into this firewood depot.
The train wreck happened in 1912.
Okay. Literally, that's what you call cramming it in there. And, yeah.
Oof.
He said he found it. Let's go ahead and save that again. Save it again and again, and I'll just update all these too.
Yeah, what he's probably seeing is the collapsed bridge. Trying to find out what he would need to do to search for the one that's intact.
Yeah, if he just send me a link, dude, I'll post it in the chat for him.
Because there is a actual black and white photo of that trestle.
I don't really have anything up at the iron mine left to do. I don't need really any more iron.
Says it's up by Coeur d'Alene, but that's not really it.
But I am taking stock of stuff that needs service, possibly.
Neat.
This locomotive here is so named after the great and powerful Oshi Caruso. Can be found here on Twitch. He's a really good Mario Maker player and a general streamer. Cool guy overall. Got to hang out with him a couple times on his Discord. Oshi Caruso! That's a shout out to you, my man. If you ever watch this as a VOD, dedicated to you. So don't have anything at coal mine that needs serviced either, but I'm just gonna check. wood.
Hmm.
I suppose I could run beams up here, but why? I have 717 units of coal.
So here's that route.
All right, I got the message. Oh, no message. I thought you sent it on the Facebook, so.
No,
Okay. That is a beautiful trestle, I must say. That is a beautiful trestle.
Too bad it
So
took
here's
a
a
train.
link to that bridge right there. Posted right in the chat for you guys here on Twitch. Okay. Well, fellas, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here because I actually need to get making dinner and stuff. So it's 10 o'clock my time for me. Having said all that, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate the new followers. We got 5 new followers today, and I appreciate every single one of them. So very much appreciated once again, and I will be posting up this video here on YouTube in the next couple of days. And I do appreciate the interaction. So if you guys are watching this on YouTube, you are watching this after the fact. It was a live stream on Twitch. So I hope you guys enjoy. So in the meantime, I will be back probably tomorrow night. I know I'm going to go off my schedule a little bit, but, you know, I'll be back here tomorrow night. Probably starting about the same time, so 6 o'clock Pacific time. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you once again to the new followers, and I will catch you all again very, very soon. Have a pleasant evening, day, afternoon, whatever time it is for you around the world. Peace out, guys. Have a good one. Nice chatting with you too, Jumbo. Thank you very much, sir. You guys have a good one.